Alright, Caden. Scotland playing 20 minutes. Let's hope they win. Right? Let's hope they win. I wonder if we can get it on my radio. I wonder if we can. I wonder if there's any batteries in it. You need 4 points in 2 games or else you're out. Now, don't you give up hope. Have you ever give up on this channel? Is this channel out? Or do you believe in this channel? Caden Hope. There you go. No, you're just upset. So there you go, you've not give up on the channel. There you go, 'cause you don't want Ghost to go anywhere. You want to keep streaming. You love the Ghost, you love the channel, you love the people. Good. You can't give up on your country. Yeah? Looks like you don't give up on individuals, do you? You give up in a group. Like a group of people. I see where you're coming from. Like how we look at it. Like a group of people. But you gotta keep believing in your team. You're upset. No. You're scared. Right. Well, I wasn't far off. I didn't want to say scared, but upset and scared are the same things, son. You know that. Switzerland's a good side anyway. Switzerland. They're better than England. They're better than England. So if we get beat by Switzerland, good side. I wouldn't expect even England to win. We're lucky to get 1-0 the other day. We should have won about 5-0. Only won 1-0. What in the Lord's name? One of the best English players in the world. You only scored 1 goal. You'd be surprised. Be surprised. I've seen Scotland pull off some magic in history. Kenny Dalglish, one of the best, plays for Scotland. Dalglish. Kenny Dalglish, a legend. Absolute legend. Still is. King Kenny. That's what they call him, don't they? King Kenny. You gotta have a laugh though. Have a laugh for your team. Just have a laugh. Try not to get upset or angry. Watch the game, just have a laugh. Feel good that you're there, you're in a league, you're part of something. You're able to complain about something without charge. It's great. I knew you'd be into all that. The Rangers and Celtic thing with the Protestants. That's why I said to you I was a Protestant. Because I knew you were digging. It's like, no, I'm not Catholic, no. Definitely not Catholic. Didn't go to any Catholic schools or anything. I went to Protestant schools, me. Protestant school. I'm actually under the Church of Scotland. Actually. I'm actually under the Church of Scotland, really. Christened. Baptised, that's the word, you were baptised, right? So like the priests used to come in with newborns. I don't know if they still do that. I don't know. But they used to come in and they used to baptise you in the good Lord. And they used to baptise you under a certificate. And I was baptised under the Church of Scotland. And I said to someone, why are you doing that for? She's like, I did it to tease your dad. I was like, why? Why would you go to extreme lengths of baptising your child under the wrong country just to get one over your husband? She's like, just felt like it. I was like, you're crackers. Even though, like, I'm English, that's just bizarre that she did that. Whether she was winding me up, I don't know. She was full of surprises anyway, that woman. She's come up with all sorts of comments and statements, so if anything, I'm Scottish anyway. So I should be supporting Scotland, I think. Protestant schools, yeah? Yeah? Of course there are Protestant schools. Basically, they are schools that have a faith in the Church of Protestants. It's like we had a church, but it wasn't, like, difficult to explain. But it's a Protestant school. They do exist, or they did. I don't think they do anymore, Caden. It might be before your time, son. You know, you got to think about this. Things were different. I don't know what that means. You're going to have to translate if it's Doric. Is it Doric? You're going to have to put an explanation. You know Ghost takes a while when he's tired. I'm going to have to make a consumable anyway. If anyone wants to know what that is, it's a cigarette. It's a Japanese tobacco cigarette. Or Glaswegian. Maybe. I didn't go to school in Glasgow though, kid. But yeah, Protestant schools. It was actually outside the school. It's not there anymore. But it used to have a big sign outside. This is a Protestant school. Like, it was on the sign. Like, it's not as if you could ignore it. When you walked into school, it said it. Even like senior school was as well. Even senior school was. You knew a Glaswegian that was only Protestant in a Catholic flat. Should have a rough childhood. Oh my goodness, that's a shame. Don't having one of them rough childhoods. It's not good for anyone. Especially when they grow up, when they're older, they like have like short tempers and stuff. It takes years to filter it out. Like, it's supposed to only take what, like, I don't know, 8 years to assimilate you into society. Maybe 10. How old are we when we leave school? 16, right? 16 years old. You start going to school at 5, don't you, really? Like, you go to play school and stuff, but your education starts at 5. So you're in school for 11 years in England. 11 years. It takes 11 years, right, to assimilate you into the employment chain, right? Or 16 to 18. Oh yeah, sixth form. Yeah, it used to be called sixth form. You just get a different blazer and a fancier badge. It's pretty unique. And yeah, like 16, you're supposed to leave school and you are ready to either get a trade, right? That's what you're supposed to do. Right, I know this sounds so lame, but this is what you're supposed to do. Right, this is what they want all guys to do. Every single one of them. Right? They want you to leave school, right? And they want you to get a trade. They want you to become a plasterer, a brick worker. Not so much a brick worker, that's the bottom of the choice, right? They don't want to do that. They want to either make you a plasterer, a plumber, painter or decorator, right? Difficult jobs, these. Very, very difficult and very tedious and very, very you can only do it in summer, right? These painting and decorating trades. And or they want you to become an electrician, plugs, walls, sockets. Then if you're really ambitious, you can do your gas fires. Gas fires. And you're supposed to learn one of them, right? And you're supposed to go to college for about 3 years, maybe 4, and for 3.5 of those years you work for someone under their wing, learning their trade like you do, and then you're 19 then, right? So you're 19 when you leave, you come up to 20. If you did well, you either got offered a job at the place you've been working at as a student for 3.5 years if you're lucky, or you got given a certificate, you got your trade, and then you went out and got a job. That is what we were supposed to do, and that's what we're still supposed to do, right? Like that's the dream, tradesman. But instead, what happens is that school is such a trauma in some people's lives that they don't actually want to go back into education, because the sheer drill of it for over 10 years, where they've had to put up with people and teachers who they don't like, who are just awful, just had a bad experience, it puts them off education. And then what they end up tend to do is just not do anything, and then they pick up on other friends who aren't doing anything, and then they hang out together not doing anything, and then they start doing you know what I mean, start passing the time doing recreational things, you know, whatever that may be, and then you end up just going in a cycle, and by the time you know it, you're 21, and then you get told off why you've not got a job, and then you got to go out and get a job, right? And you've not been doing anything for years, not been doing anything, and that's what they don't want you to do. They want you to go right into a trade, and that's difficult to do, but I know you guys can do it. 2 minutes, well, you do whatever you want, kid, and you can do whatever you want. I'm not persuading you to do anything. You are welcome to watch whichever you want. I've done streams on my own before. I do not mind. Anytime. Take care, son. Let me know the score. Well, as Caden's going off to watch Scotland on TV, we can catch up, play some Red Dead. I know you guys are looking forward to it so much. I have been thinking about it since this morning. I'm not gonna lie. Been thinking about you guys since this morning. I went into some shop today and I started questioning the return policies on retro games and Ghost was being difficult. Can you believe that, guys? Ghost was being very difficult. Like, oh, what's the word? Annoying? Agitating? I don't know what you want to call it. But I was thinking, like, I'll buy a game right from this shop. I might buy a game, right? So it goes in and sees this Sega Saturn game, and it's an old classic game that I like. It's one that I'm looking for. It's about £8 cheaper than what I'd normally pay for it. So I thought I'd give it a blast, right? So I goes up to the counter and I was like, please take a look at that game. And they were like, yes. So it's the Sega Saturn. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this game is. You know, the condition, right? And then comes around and she's just there. She's talking about it and all this. I was like, it's like, is this person gonna hand me this box so I can look at it, or is she gonna show me the condition of the box and the game before I even buy it? So I'm looking at it. I'm like, is it okay if I like look at the condition of the box under the light? She's like, yeah. So I did that. I was like, And then I was like, can I see the disc please, and the manual? The manual was spot on. The manual was perfect. But I'm not letting that deceive me. I was like, I want to see the disc, right? So looks at the disc. It looked like it had better days. I was like, I don't think that's worth that amount of money. What you're asking for with the condition of that disc. Like, it's just not. That is if the disc is in good condition. That's not in good condition. I was like, I'd appreciate if they could test it, right? And they were like, oh, it's already been tested. I said, where's the slip to prove that it's been tested? Like, for you to accept that in your inventory, there has to be some kind of check or paperwork trail that proves it's been tested on your computer. You can't just say to me it's been tested and expect me to believe that, right? I mean, if I did that, if I believed that about everything, I don't think I'd get very far, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I believed everything what everyone said in a shop, I wouldn't get very far, you know. So I'm just like, well, at the end of the day, then I said, you expect me to part with my money with that game that's worth a lot of money, by the way, what you're asking for, and you expect me to pay it. You won't test it for me in store. If I brought in my own Sega Saturn, right, you're explaining to me that I have to wait until you plug it in when you've got time, which is when I'm not present, right? And then someone's going to test that game while I'm not there. I was like, whatever policy that is like, that is daylight robbery. I said, you can't just sell a game without testing it. Like, you've bought that game, and the reason why it's probably there in the cabinet is because it doesn't work, or it glitches, or it breaks. You know, and then they started saying, oh, they've heard about stories about discs not working on certain systems for some reason. I was like, nah. I was like, the systems operate on a PAL format. Every single Sega Saturn in the United Kingdom that was purchased at that time was a PAL system. If that's a PAL game, it will have no issues playing. The only reason that won't play is because you have failed to test it, or you haven't tested it. You're claiming you have, but you've no proof you have, and you expect me to part with my money, right? And if I come back and say it doesn't work, you're going to say to me, we're going to test it, and I'm not going to be present for that. And then I'm going to come back, and then you're going to say it works, right? And then what's going to happen is you're just going to say to me, well, out of a goodwill gesture, we'll give you a credit note, right? That's what they'll say, and you can choose anything else in the store, but they've still got you 50 quid. They have still got your 50, 60, 70, 80, whatever quid it is you've parted with. It's in their till, and they're not parting with that sterling. They're not going to give you a refund. So it's like a game that they use to lure people in to part with 50 quid, so they don't have to give it back. They just give out credit notes. So it looks as though they're giving you something, right? In the end, it looks as though when you walk out the shop that they've looked after you. So you don't invest in the shop to start with. And they started getting annoyed because it was late in the day, and I knew that, and I knew they wanted to go home. So I was like, nah, no way. I'm gonna get that sandwich though. I know I was waffling on there, guys, about my. It's true though. That's what they did. This shop. It's terrible. Shocking what they do in these retailers these days in the United Kingdom. It's absolutely shocking. They're just awful, awful. No wonder this eBay was made and all these Amazons and stuff, because you get your refunds and all that. It's just electronic cash, you know what I mean? Just going back and forth. There's more of that happening than regular cash, you see. That's why they do these mistakes. There's more activity of digital cash than there is of real cash. So they can replace real cash with the dodgy digital cash. That's what they want to do. Dodgy digital cash. Because they can't be bothered counting money, because they're too lazy and they're too stupid to count money. That's what it is. They don't want to count money. No, I'm not counting that money anymore. There's millions of notes of that. Well, that's why it's called money. It was created back before the Bible. I mean, that's the whole purpose. The whole purpose is that money has been around for thousands of years, and you can't just like turn it off just because you feel like it, because you're lazy. Because you're lazy. The UK are lazy money counters. They don't want to count all that cash. Even in the bank, you go in the bank, you say, I have some money I want to put in the bank. Do you have the online app? I was like, do I what? Do you have the online app? I was like, what is online and what is an app? Oh, you know, you can manage your account. And I'd be like, hang on a minute. What's all this about then? What's all this then about this online app nonsense? I just want to put some money in the bank and you're telling me to download some app. And she's like, how much have you got? And it's like, I don't know, 50 grand. I just got 50 grand and I want you to count it. It may as well be 50 grand. Like, it doesn't matter if you had like 100 or 500 or 50 grand. Like, she'd be annoyed either way. You know? Don't want to count that cash, man. It's nice having a laugh though. They are lazy money counters. They are. They don't want to do it anymore in banks. They just want to sit in that bank, right? Want to sit in the bank, and they want to assist people with mortgages and stuff. That's what they want to do. That's what the banks want to do. They want to get involved in property. That's what they want, because they're already involved in it. They want to make that their full-time commitment to people who have bought properties through them banks. So if there's issues with the mortgage, or remortgage the mortgage, or mortgage the mortgage they've remortgaged, then they'll call the bank, and the bank will remortgage the mortgage, right? Like, that's how it normally happens. But yeah, it's all digital. May as well start it up in the camp, right? May as well. People have come and gone. To be honest with you, channel's doing okay. It's only a small, tiny channel anyway, so it's all about the passions, I suppose. It's what you bring, right? It's what you bring. I'm this tobacco, jeez, man.
Don't forget that letter I sent. I have something I think you'd be interested in.
Wow, you still talk about that letter? He's been talking about that letter for like for months. Well, I hope that everyone's okay. Wouldn't mind a coffee though. I was gonna, what's it called? Get that chorizo and chicken. I was gonna get it. Alright, Caden. What, you're winning? You say the scores backwards like my mum did. Is that Doric stuff? Is that 1-0 to Scotland, or...? Don't make me Google it. I like to rely on my chat for the scores.
Did I ever tell you about that bank job in Tennessee? It was me, Limpy Pete, and Phil the Crab. Managed to get ourselves locked in the safe after a weekend of nature.
You've not worded it right.
Knocked the clerk on his back when he opened the door, and we managed
You know you've not.
Neither Pete nor Phil was really cut out for running.
Well, I hope you're winning anyway with your dodgy scores.
Which seemed harsh to me.
I'm gonna get a drink though and a snack. I'm getting pretty thirsty with this dry mouth. So let's see. Use this. yeah, I'm gonna get a snack. I'm gonna get a drink of coffee because I'm getting like one of those mild headaches that I get when I haven't had any coffee. Since when's the last brew I had? Yeah, I suppose this is a good thing. It's like what? 1:30? 1:30, right? So I've not had any coffee since 1:30. It's like 5-6 hours, nearly 7 hours without coffee. That's really good, right? Like that's really good. I'm proud of myself. So yes, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna unplug my microphone. That's right. I'm gonna unplug it. Unplug the microphone. Weird noise. I'm gonna get my sandwich. I'm gonna come back. Hopefully, like you can't even sit down for 2 minutes in Rockstar games before they kick you out. So, but yeah, I won't be long.
You know, I once traveled with a circus not far from here. I keep hearing talk about this traveling mystic, Madame Bazaar or something like that. Seems to have folks running around after her left and right.
Oh, you know what? The food is really nice. Now let's get the score of the Euros. Let's go on this thing called Google. Tell that it is. Oh no, they equalised. Right. No wonder he's not been back 34 minutes in. Scotland might do it. Told you not give up. Hey, see? I always say to my viewers, never give up. You know, they come on the channel, they're giving up. You know, on their team or on their job or on something or someone. It's like, don't give up, man. Whatever you do, don't give up, because the day you do, that's it. You'll always give up on everything. You can't give up. As painful as it is to keep going, you got to keep going. And they do, and so do we. So, hey Savannah. So I was like, I think I was talking to myself. So that's, I mean, I like doing that, you know. Who doesn't, right? I wondered if you were okay. I thought you might be really tired. And I watched one of your videos. Yes, I did. That was a lovely beef roll. Lovely beef roll. I was like, you know when you eat something and you don't realise you were hungry? But then when you eat something, you actually really are hungry? Like, that's the situation I was in. Oh dear. Oh, where's my lighter? Where is it? Normally drops down here. No. Oh, jeez. Where is it? I hope you're doing well though, Savannah. Oh, jeez. Where's it gone? It's like a green. There it is. Well, if you left, sweetheart, no worries. I'll come back again soon then, my love. You're always welcome on the channel, sweetheart. Jeez. Ow. Oh, it had onion on it. It had onions on it. Oh, really love my onions these days. Oh, so. Oh, that tastes really nice. But yeah, the message, what was I saying? Yeah, don't give up. No matter what. Never give up. Never. The day you give up and that's it, you'll be giving up on everything. Never do it. Good horse. They like bull rush though, don't they? Horses for some reason. You really like that, didn't you? Eh? You like the bull rush? I thought you liked the bull rush. I know that it likes. I want to keep that burdock. It does like burdock root though. Give it a burdock. There you go. I know you like your burdock root. Let's do it. Let's do it. came out to hunt. Hunt we shall. I wonder what Deadeye does. Maybe it just puts like a target on them, I don't know.
Almost there.
Normally you can catch deer, you know, grazing. I think we're best going around McFarlane's. So I think, well, not McFarlane, it's Emerald actually. So I think what we should do quarter to 5. It's gonna be dark soon. Wow, look at the bridge. Look at the trees. It's really nice. I like nice stuff. Especially when it's nature. I do. I like it when it looks real. Even though it's not. I like it when it's believable. When I'm fooled. I like being fooled in a good way. I like being tricked into thinking something is something, but it's not. But it's better because of the trick, you know? Like it looks better because of the trick. Oh, that coffee's nice. Oh, it is. It tastes strange when it's in like metal though. I got this metal cup, and it's like I fancy drinking out of metal. You know, 'cause it felt like it. A bit of steel, well, it's aluminium or something. I thought, sod it, why not? What's that place called in Florida now with the aquarium? Let's have a look. It's called Ocean World or something. Let's have a look. The water place. Is it Tampa? Is it Tampa Bay? I can't remember the name of it.
What the?
Remember the names. Alright, Kaden. Oh yeah. 1-1? Really? 1-1? Sounds like a proper drill. Scotland played well. Well, did they now? See? Faith, right? Have faith in your team, man. Don't give up on your team. Be surprised. Switzerland played well. Oh, no doubt. I bet they did. It's the Euros. This ain't no game. This ain't no game. This is a tournament. This is a tournament. This is more than just games. I've watched many tournaments in my day. I've seen them all. I can imagine it right now. You're probably thinking, Ghost, why aren't you watching it? Like, what's going on? Well, I've seen it all, you see. I've watched all the games. I've been the highs and lows of football. Countries. I mean, I love international football more than club football. Actually. I actually prefer international football because the games are better. Switzerland's goal was from a back pass which sent the Swiss player clean through. Oh, frustrating. Switzerland probably scoring 3 second half. I don't know. Scotland are just getting warmed up by the sounds of things. Come in strong, Scotland, don't they, in the second half. They'll not give up. They'll not give up. Where's it playing at? Where are you playing? Where's the stadium at? Germany. It's nice and relaxed in Germany, isn't it? Nice and cool on the Germanic wind from Russia. A nice cool breeze coming in from the north and the east-northeast. Scotland will enjoy that. It's not too hot and not too cold. It's probably why they're still holding up. Scotland struggle in the heat. Always have done. Can't play football in the heat, Scotland. Never been able to, never will, and neither can England. Neither can England. I think we didn't do too bad in the States. Was it 1994? Was it 1994? It was World Cup USA. Hey Platinum, come on Scotland, yeah, come on Scotland. You got this. Caden, are you Scottish? Half, yes. I am half Scottish. I don't know if it's an Ulster Scot or just fully half Scottish. No, Los Santos. Platinum. I'm Scottish. Nice. However, I'm the only half Scottish person. Well, I'm Ulster Scottish. Scottish. It's Scottish Ulster. Something like that. Oh, an Ulster Scot is Northern Irish, right? Then why did she mention Ulster Scots to me then when she used to talk to me? I don't know. My grandfather? Maybe, Caden? My granddad was an Ulster Scot. It was my granddad. My granddad was an Ulster Scot. What's it called? The Red Hand. I think they call it the Red Hand. I remember now. I remember. Must have been my grandfather then. Wow, that means I'm English, Scandinavian, Scottish, and Northern Irish. I'm a Northern Irish, Scottish, Scandinavian Englishman. Wow. Incredible. Caden, but I'm Scottish. Yes, you are, Caden. You're Scottish. Savannah, I'm English with a smattering of other places. Nice. How you doing, sweetheart? I hope you're okay, Savannah. One of the most loveliest people on the channel, right? Savannah is very lovely and a lovely moderator. Johnny Price. Hey, Johnny. Alright, John. Scotsman here? Well, yes. I love my Scotsmen in the chat. I love my Scotswomen and Scotsmen and Scottish people. Yes. Everyone. Scotland are winning the Euros. Yeah, they will. Of course they will. You've got to believe in your team. That's what I'm saying. See what you're saying now? Look at what you were saying at the start of the channel. What was you saying? What was you typing? What was all that talk? All that talk and chalk. You can't give up. No matter what happens, guys, you can't give up. Never give up. Even if you have to. Even like your body's telling you you must do it, just don't. Listen to the heart, the spirit, the faith of others, and you'll pick yourself up and you'll start believing again. It just takes a little encouragement, belief. It's difficult to influence, but it's possible. It's possible on Channel Ghost. Savannah, my mother had a great uncle in the Black Watch. Wow. That sounds like a pirate ship. That sounds wicked. Nice. Savannah, yes, I'm doing well. Good. Good, my love, that's really nice. Glad you're doing well. Lovely that you're here. It is. Platinum. Scotland is winning Eurovision. Of course they will. All they got to do is a combination between a Cossack dance and some kind of Scottish Cossack dance. I think they'll be class. Hey Savannah, very welcome, sweetheart. Anytime. You just sit back and relax, love, alright? You don't have to worry. I'm English, she says. Nordic. My god, she's from Skyrim? Tiny, but Scottish and something else. Nice. We got a Skyrim Scottish person in the chat, everyone. Half Skyrim, half Scottish. I've never known of that ever to happen. Half Skyrim, half Scottish. What would that be called? Scotrimish. I've got no word for it. Los Santos, Tender, you hunting any wild animals out in those fields? I am. I'm waiting for daylight. I'm only walking to entertain you guys. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just I'm riding. I'm riding my horse in the moonlight for you guys. With my left thumb. That's what I'm using right now. My left thumb. Caden, where in Scotland are you from, Platinum? Savannah. It's the Scottish Army, I believe. The Black Watch. Yeah, I know. I thought it... I mean... It sounds awesome, though. Like, only, like... clansmen would come up with something like that. You know, and it's like I said to you, Caden, for Scotland to win the game, they've got to become a clan. For England to win the game, they've got to become a Pride of Lions. So it looks like Scotland are being a clan. Well, at least for the first 45 minutes of the game, they've been a clan there. That's what a clan does. But yeah, Savannah, awesome that though. Imagine that. Imagine saying that to someone, Savannah. Platinum, Inverness, nice. Savannah, the Highland Fling. I love the Highlands. And flings, they're awesome as well. Like you can't get any better than having a fling in the Highlands. I think I would love to have a fling in the Highlands. I mean, at least I could like I'm in the mountains, right? Johnny Price. Hey, Johnny. I'm from a little city called Dundee. Oh, nice. Rockstar City, man. RockstarGames.com Dundee. Who made a little game called Grand Theft Auto. I said that I'm Beano. You can't forget Beano. Grand Theft Auto is a copy of the Backstreet Kids. That's what Rockstar Games is Backstreet Kids. Plug and, you know, Dennis the Menace and Nasher. I know all that lore. I'm a big time geek with that. That's all we had when we were children was comic books. Well, it was that and colouring books. And I had an Etch-a-Sketch. If I need any special effects, that Etch-a-Sketch was awesome. You'd be surprised what you can do on those things. But yeah, Johnny, thanks for letting us know you're from Dundee. That's beautiful. I love Dundee. Drove through it many times with trips, holidays, work, by chance. I love the motorways high up in the mountains and stuff with the detours in Dundee, the high up stuff. It's pretty epic. It's scary but epic. I liked it. I did like Dundee, and the fact that Rockstar was somewhere in that a mass of matter and brick and light and spark. I was like, where is it? I cannot see it. But I knew it was there somewhere, and they were in there making games. It's legendary. Caden, no polite words to describe Dundee. Oof. Oh dear. Johnny, fair do, but the place is looking and getting better. Yeah. Yeah, Johnny, it's all about time and progress. Stuff like that doesn't... I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Right, guys? Rome was not built in a day. It took 1,000 years for Romulus to become what it is. So... takes a long time, Johnny. Let's just hope by the time you're happy in your life that, you know, with the town and the city, it's to your happiness, right? When you're happy, that's what matters. Everyone's got a different perception. Savannah, I'll sit back and watch if that's okay. Of course you can. You can come and go as you please, Savannah. It's entirely up to you, sweetheart. Whatever you want to do. You know, if you're on the channel for a while, you get a little bit bored, just leave. And then come back when you're feeling it. You know, you're always welcome. Just hunting for deer anyway. It's nothing exciting. Just trying to improve my trader skill and my techniques. But you just sit back and relax, sweetheart. There's no worries. You don't even have to explain to Ghost what you're doing. If you want to sit back and relax without saying anything, you don't have to. You can just come and go as you please. Johnny, Dennis the Menace, class. You know what, guys? If I had the equipment, I would draw all those things for you. I'd do it in coloured pencils, I'd do it with paints. I would do all arts and crafts for you guys on another channel. Like, I wouldn't do it on this channel. I'd do it on another channel. I'd probably do the odd one or two. But this is for gaming. But I wouldn't mind having like an arts and craft thing. But I haven't got the equipment, like the camera work or anything. So, it doesn't matter. It's just a vision, you know. Because I do have an art style. It's not like I just draw and paint and colour random stuff. Like, I have a style, you know, I have an anime style, I have a fine art anime style. So, I love to draw. It's a shame I can't do it on this channel. Yeah, Kaden, no worries. You go and enjoy your clan. Win the game. I'll still be here streaming. All good. And then I've got my viewers who like to stay and watch. You want a little bit of one-to-one? Little bit of TLC? You all good? Oh my goodness, where's my lighter? There it is. Oh. Luckily, we didn't have to buy the lantern. It was given to us. Unless I did buy it and I didn't know that I did. I like this music though, just a little bit. Bit of a whistle. It's quite possible it's a woman's voice actually. Like, people are so good at vocals lately that people can pull off some notes that you don't know if it's like an instrument or it's their organic instrument, you know what I mean? Like, you just don't know. Like, people are that good. Like, if you put the majority of people that have singing talent these days back in the 60s, like, it'd just be like this oversaturation of like amazing like singers and performers. It'd be like boosh. wouldn't it? Like, because it was like in the 90s, it was all girl bands and boy bands. That's what dominated the mid-late 90s up until about 2001. And then solo artists became popular in the UK then. It was like solo artists. You had a lot of people breaking up from bands and girl bands and boy bands and doing like a solo career. Right? And then you had people doing comebacks, called comeback albums, and you went into like Woolworths or whatever shop was available to you at the time to buy a CD with the album on it. You know, and like all of a sudden, you know, music changed round about like it was when it became accessible because Kerrang kicked in, right? It was like things like a music style because you had like indie mixed in with the late 90s, like, and by the time you got like 2000 and like 2 and 3, like when the boy band girl band era ended, solo careers tried to kick off, you had like this Kerrang kick in, like Teenage Dirtbag and all this stuff, like suddenly just come out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden it was this show, it was before X Factor, and it was like way before Britain's Got Talent. And I can't remember what it was called. It was an actual music gig where people stood up and performed. So like this karaoke event took place in the UK and it became X Factor, you know. It culminated into X Factor. It evolved into it. And then music became accessible via the television networks through channels. Music is very interesting, right? Because it changes. It
Whoa. Sure, anyway.
Is everyone gone watching the football? Everyone's. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. They were all losing hope with their team. They can't lose hope. They're all scared. They're all frightened. I've never known it. I didn't realise it. It's like they're frightened. It's like you can't be. You gotta face it. This is your team. Like, you can't just be like afraid if you lose. The whole purpose of being a fan is to take the highs and the lows and the lows and the lows and the highs and the highs. You do it. Oh, shocker! I missed that deer. Ghost, you plonker. It's a 3-star deer. Is Rockstar North involved in Red Dead? Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Maybe not the online, Johnny. I don't think the online will, man. Like, I'll say no on for online, but I'll definitely say for the story, at least for the programming, if they didn't do the colourful assets and all the pretty pictures and that, I'd say that what they do, if there's one thing they're good at, from what I've known of all the portable games that they made, they're really good at compressing data. So, like, when Rockstar make all this stuff, right? Like, they make like a big pile of stuff that looks amazing, and what they do at Dundee is that they take that stuff and they make it and they squash it onto a disc without losing quality, Johnny. Like, they do it. I think they're more of a compression team, like, because they made portable games, Johnny. Like, if you look at the majority of the games that they've released in Dundee, it's been all the Game Boy Advance games, the DS games, the Switch probably, like, or to some. I mean, they they have done work for Nintendo for Body Harvest. Body Harvest was made by Rockstar in Dundee for the Nintendo 64 way back in 1996. They've made games for everyone. Rockstar, they're quite. Even Silicon Valley was a Grand Theft Auto game where you stole robots, not cars. Check it out on YouTube, Johnny. They made Rockstar Thingy did that in Dundee as well. They were really good at compressing data, so that's why I admire them for their hard work, because you need a team that's really good at managing how your information travels, and all that stuff needs an engine, right? Like, you need some kind of universe for that information to sit in. You can't just have like all this stuff just sitting in a computer. You've got to create a world for it. There has to be a universe that this world can exist in, and who else to create that universe but Rockstar in Dundee? Like, I think that's a great job. Oh yeah, DMA. Well, it is got a D on it. It looks like Rockstar's logo but with different letters. You're very true. Very true. I've even got the boxed version of Body Harvest. It's phenomenal. If I could stream that game on here for you guys, I would be playing it right now, because that game is basically Grand Theft Auto but with time travel. And instead of you getting chased by the police, you get chased by alien creatures. And you go to 4 different timelines in World War One and World War Two. It doesn't look very good now. If they remade it, well, that's a different story. If they remade it, no doubt if they did. Dead Space has already come out, so Dead Space is very similar to Body Harvest. It's exactly the same story, it's just instead of it being on a space station, it's on the Ishimura space station with Isaac Clarke. Oh yeah. So basically, it's a UK development country for gaming at the time. It hadn't really delved into the market that much. It was a developing country for gaming. It ends up creating 2 games on a 2D level, on a bird's eye view, using the telephone as a way to get jobs, right? Like a payphone at the time, wasn't a mobile. And they were able to create not only the 2D universe at Rockstar and Dundee and that, they also helped make the actual 3D universe as well. So now it's basically a division, right? That's what it's called now. It's not called a team, it's called a division, right? You can Google that word about a company, division. I'm sure you know that's more than just like a company. It's part of another bigger, larger thing. It's like a Take-Two Interactive. That's also a UK company. Like this country is so like good at business sometimes, right? Johnny, like, how good are they at creating a product and business? Like, they knew 20, 30 years ago what they were doing, and they knew what that game would become. They knew it. Rockstar worked on 2 and GTA London onwards. well, Grand Theft Auto 2 is a pretty good game. Falls to the back of the bookshelf. Got cobwebs on it and everything. Probably got fingerprints on the disc. In most people's collections, believe me, but that game will have a comeback. I think it's got a big cult following, actually, because it's cyberpunk, but Grand Theft Auto. It's exactly the same. I don't know which city it's called. I think it's actually, you know what, if I remember rightly, I think it's Detroit. I think it's the only game that doesn't use the three thingies of Los Santos, Vice City and Liberty. I think it's Detroit. Sure it is. You've got Yakuza, you've got all the gang members and everything from around the world there. It's definitely not New York. It's they knew from Grand Theft Auto 1 what it was. Also included 3 major cities. It did. But Grand Theft Auto 2, I believe it's in a completely different city or a completely different alternate universe from the previous game, because that was a massive jump. I've got that for the Dreamcast. It's a PC quality game on that Dreamcast. In fact, I think it's better on the Dreamcast than PC at the time. And I've got that, and you know what? Looks really good. Detroit? That's right. Anywhere city. It's Detroit. That's right. That's what Detroit's called in Rockstar, isn't it? Anywhere. Someone mentions it, it's in some of the typing. See, when I was playing that game years and years and years ago, I used to read all the... They never used to talk back then in games. You had to do a lot of reading. It mentions Detroit. I think it's renamed a different name because it's been took over, and you're taking advantage of that and doing jobs for others. And the blood in that is just like, whoa. At the time, just like too much. I was into my Mortal Kombat, to me though. I think I played Mortal Kombat Trilogy for about 11 years. Like, I remember going around my friend's house there, like, I'd be like, he'd be like, what we playing? Like, Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Like, alright. Learning the fatalities and the animalities and friendship and... I remember we even had another like CRT television, right? In his room, I used to bring my PlayStation round. Used to have the link-up cable, and used to play Command and Conquer Red Alert, Castlevania Chronicles, Symphony of the Night, Bushido Blade, Tenchu, Stealth Assassins, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Warhammer, Shadow of the Horned Rat, Resident Evil 1, Director's Cut, Resident Evil 2, Gran Turismo. Like, the list is just like endless, full of games that we used to play for hours. on end, just like playing these games, just like now, but instead of me playing like a game with someone else there, like you just play it on your own or you stream it. It's class. It's like brilliant. It's just like, it's nice though that I got to experience like before online. You know, I can actually say that I was playing the top games at the time, like Tomb Raider and all that stuff, Air Combat, Die Hard Trilogy. I was playing all the top games before we had anything. And I loved it. And I've still got my games, even to this day. And I love them still. I've got that Breath of Fire 4, which I'm surprised that I was able to get. Like, oh yeah, you've got Gran Turismo. Yeah. There was a time when well, let's just say, I had some pocket money, and I paid this guy to modify my PlayStation so it could play like games that were, let's just say, available through other means. We used to call them burned games, and you know, you'd request one of these burned games for, let's just say, ornamental or sentimental or recreational purposes, for artistic means, right? You know? So I would acquire these burned games, and one game that was burned rather early, and it was, believe it or not, right, Johnny, Gran Turismo came out in Japan for the PlayStation 18 months before it came out in the UK, right? So, I think I'm exaggerating there, I think it was 15 months. But either way, it's between 15 and 18 is a long time, right? It's not like now everything's released at once. Back then, it took about 2 years for it to get here. And one day, I went to this guy to collect my PlayStation, and he said, my friend came around with your burned games. And I said, oh, great. And I looked, and there was about 15 games. Literally, Johnny, 15 games. I remember counting them to this day. I remember looking at them and counting them individually. And one of them was called Gran Turismo. And another one was called Resident Evil 2. Right? And there was about 8 of them in Japanese, and the others must have been like, I don't know, American maybe? I don't know. Ever since that day, put on that Gran Turismo, and I'd never seen anything like that before, Johnny. I had never seen anything like that. It was one of the most rarest games I'd ever seen, and on the first ever mission, right, you got to stop on this blue paint. Right, you got to stop on blue paint at the end of the track. Right, there's a big chunk of blue grid paint, like blue and white, like a chessboard. And what you've got to do is you've got to stop on the blue paint perfectly. But when you're playing the game for the first time and it's in Japanese, and it's telling you in Japanese what you got to do, and you can't understand what it's saying, and you got to stop on on the blue thing and you don't know what to do to carry on, right? And I remember when I got this PlayStation, Johnny, I went round my friends, right? But I didn't tell him anything or say anything, right? I didn't tell him anything, right? I sits down and I puts my PlayStation there, right? And the next thing is, like, I just leans over, and everyone used to watch what you were putting in your PlayStation, like what you were going to play like, and I concealed this thing very well. And I think one of my friends, Alan, at the time, is like, "What game are you playing on, Ghost? What game?" It's like, I was like, I didn't answer. I just sat back. I said, "Oh, something cool like that." And he goes, "Oh, Bushido Blade." So I was like, "Alright." Next thing is like, comes on there, Gran Turismo, right? And they just kind of looked, going, "What's that?" Like that, and I just said, "I don't know." I said, "Someone bought it for me." Like, and they were like, that's not even out yet. That's not been released. Like, they've got comic books reading it for months. It's only going to be out for another year. And I've just put it in my console, right? I just put it in there and pressed, and they've just looked up and it's on the telly. And they gave me the smallest telly, right? I got the tiny telly. At home I had a big telly for my games, Johnny. But in Alan's house, they only gave me the little telly. It was like a 12-inch, maybe 15-inch CRT, little small one. And he's like, "Oh, like, you can put it on the big TV." And I was like, "But you said I can only play on the little TV. You said I wasn't allowed to play on the big TV." I said, "I'm happier on the little TV, me." Right? And like, his face, like, because he wanted now. So I asked, could I play a particular game on the big TV? And they said no to me. But now, because I've got a game they want to play, they're now saying that, "Oh, you can play it on the big TV now." Oh, so when I want to play on a game, right? So when I want to play on a game that I love on the big TV, just for an hour, right? Just so I can enjoy it on a big screen with my friends for an hour, that's not enough when I want to play on it. But when you want to play on it, I was like, "Oh, I've got to now turn off my computer." And that's what I was thinking in my mind, at the time. Only young, like, ish. Young, yeah. But it's funny, like, when I was playing on Gran Turismo, I couldn't get past that part, Johnny. Like the blue, and they knew I couldn't get past it. They knew I kept, like, because you couldn't progress the game without doing it unless you played arcade mode. So I just ended up playing arcade mode, having fun in it. And then after that, Johnny, after about 2 to 3 hours of playing Gran Turismo, I decided to put the other game in that I brought, which wouldn't be released for, like, I'd say 10 months. And it was Resident Evil 2. The most awaited game of all time. Of the biggest series. And their faces. Wow. And it was me mum and dad at the time that actually knew the guy who modified your PlayStation to play games from around the world. And I was none the wiser. I had no idea. No way. I didn't think that was possible. That must have been a glitch. Terrible. Here's a 2-star anyway, it doesn't matter. Nightmare. Well, it was good times though. You don't think you've ever played a Resident Evil? Well, nothing wrong with that. Just because it's been out for 25, 30 years doesn't mean that you would have played it. I mean, it's different for everyone, right? The thing is, for me at the time, the reason why I liked that game at the time when it first came out, Johnny, is because I was scared when I played it. And I wasn't scared enough to run away, and I wasn't bored enough to put it away. It was the right amount of fear to keep me there playing. And that is what makes Resident Evil replayable. It is because of the fear factors. The fear of getting bitten. The fear of being heard. The fear of being seen. The fear of knowing. The fear of responsibility. The list is endless. Your items, your bullets, your life, your energy, nutrition, everything. It's all responsible on the player. You're not just given the responsibility anymore of a 16-bit character that's jumping around on a platform and does a cartoon animation when it gets hit. You're dealing with an extreme horror, a danger to the world and to you and your friends and everyone around you. It is fatal, irreversible, and the only way out is through guns, bullets, knives, and wits. And if you don't have any of those, you're not going to survive. If you have one of those, you might survive. Master all three, you will survive. Which means, when you master all three, you have overcome the fear that is Resident Evil. Nobody has ever overcome 3 of Resident Evil, which is why it is still the most scariest popular game of all time, and it will always be a franchise, and it will never stop being a franchise. It will continue to be a horror. It will remain a horror, and nobody will ever be able to conquer everything about it. It's too big. The characters are too memorable. I mean, you've got Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, Chris Redfield, Albert Wesker, Rebecca Chambers, right? You've got them from the first game. You've got Joseph, who dies in the beginning. Yeah? You've got Brad, the pilot. And then all of a sudden you get these new characters: Claire Redfield, Leon Kennedy, Ada Wong, William Birkin, Annette. All of a sudden, you know, you got the gunsmith. You know, these people, these new characters. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I don't think any other game could top it with its story arc. That's my pitch for Resident Evil. I think the over-the-shoulder view is a very good move. The tank controls made it more difficult, made it more scary, it made you foolish, it made you make mistakes, it got you killed. Unless you mastered the tank controls. You know? And Resident Evil was the first game to ever have like an FMV at the beginning, where the actors and the characters in the FMV matched the actual characters you were playing. It was unbelievable. We'd never seen anything like it before. And the fact that you could die through bite wounds and dog bites and being chopped up and bitten by snakes. Unbelievable. Crash Bandicoot, yeah, another phenomenal game. Another one. Oh, I got it. Oh no, it would have lost its star. I think we got a 2-star. I did get it though. I did. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, Crash Bandicoot. It's my job as a hunter. I thought I got it in the head. It was a nice recovery shot though. That's twice now I've missed. That means I'm tired. But yeah, the Bandicoot. The platforming, Indiana Jones. Adventure. Collect the apples? Is it the apples you collect in Crash Bandicoot? I think it's apples. I'm sure that's the main treasure. Alright, let's check out camp. Where's my camp? Ah. Right, it's in Lemoyne. That's my favourite place. Alright guys. Spielberg mode. Yeah, there was another game that I really liked and it was under the radar. It's called G Police. Right, G and Police. And you're in like some kind of futuristic helicopter. Right? And at the time I had this fascination with being able to fly around in an aeroplane or vehicle in a 3D environment. I don't know what thing I had about that at the time. Like, I really enjoyed the idea of that because I loved my super R-types. I used to imagine it was 3D super R-type and what it would look like in a 3D world. And super R-type is one of the best shooter side-scrolling games ever made. And G-Police had like this dome environment, like a 3D dome where everyone was in. And everyone was living in this city in a dome, and you patrolled the dome. And the more levels you did, the bigger the dome got. So you started in a little dome, and as you progressed through the story, I think it was about 16 levels at the time. There's a lot of levels. And I got to the very last one, it was a massive dome. I think the colour was like red purple. The dome's like really dangerous area. Lots of enemies, lots of stuff, and I completed that. I really enjoyed playing G-Police. It was a good game. And then I got onto Colony Wars. Colony Wars at the time is basically PlayStation's version of Elite Dangerous, but without the procedural generation or being able to travel around the universe, like the Milky Way. You can only travel to the charted systems, and you can only fly in the programmed space that you were programmed to. You know, you couldn't, because you fly too far away from your comms, your ship can become just vanish in space. You know, you can't just go flying away in your ship in space. But once you get to a certain distance or something in that game or whatever, you lose comms. So, but it had all the planets in the solar systems, and it was great to learn space combat in the cockpit, like Star Wars. It was interesting. Colony Wars. They made two, you know. They made two. It was Colony Wars and Colony Wars 2. And then after I had my little missions with those, I then went on to my Time Crisis type games. Die Hard trilogy again. So I got the G-Con gun. It's interesting accessory and adaptation to gameplay. It gave you a more immersive feeling with Time Crisis. Gave you the arcade feeling, like you were there in the arcade. Nice addition to the game. Time Crisis days were amazing. I was addicted to Time Crisis. You had to be sharp on extra hard mode. We used to do it. Even played Point Blank as well. Point Blank was a fun Japanese shooting game like Time Crisis but with cartoon characters. It was really good. Loads of mini games. They even made 2. Point Blank 2 is worth, I'd say, £500. Nobody bought it. It was a double disc game. Class. Why I didn't buy it is probably because I was skint and I couldn't buy it. Games were about £50-60 back then, until they became £30 later on in life. But after the G-Con gun days with Die Hard trilogy, John McClane, you know, I started to go on to more. I started to be more interested in games that were like 3D environments and had a little bit of talking. I discovered Driver, and I discovered Urban Chaos. So I remember I went into town, there was this game shop, Urban Chaos and Driver had come out. I liked the boxes, I liked the artwork, I liked the price. I bought them both. I went home, I found out that Urban Chaos, you're a cop. You're a cop. You can go around and enforce the law around the people and the crime and the criminals. It was unbelievable. You did a driving test for the police and everything. You had to do an assault course and exams for the police. It was really, if they remade Urban Chaos, it would be a really good game. Like, I loved Urban Chaos. You should watch it. It's terrible graphics. You'll laugh at it. But back then, that was the closest we had to Grand Theft Auto, playing as a cop, Cole Phelps. Pretty good for its time. And Driver, oh yeah, you played that as well. Yeah, Driver. Well, Tanner, right, I discovered what I really enjoyed was the world I was driving in. So the cars itself, the artwork and the asset work and the gameplay was really good. The sound effects of the engine, the music, the radios, the people, the traffic, the lights, the camera, everything. It was phenomenal. But what I really loved about it was the world itself. I could drive around in this world, and there was a skybox, they call it, right? I didn't know it was called a skybox at the time, but every game has a skybox, and I used to look in the distance, and I remember saying to my friends at the time, I was like, what if we could go there? And they were like, eh? I said, well, you know, these mountains here and these roads that we can see in the distance. I'm like, yeah, it's like, let's go there. Like, let's go right now. Let's just all go there in our game and drive there. And they said, well, you can't go there. You just can't go there. And I was like, why? Why can't we go there? Why can't I drive? If it's there, it's a place, it exists. Why can't I go there? And they're like, well, there was no path to get there. And I was like, well, how do we get the path? Like what is the path then? Right? And one of my friends at the time called Leonard, of all names, like a memorable name, his name's Leonard, right? He said, he goes, the games need to get better. I said, he says, in truth, Ghost, that game you're playing, the console you're playing on now, doesn't have the power inside it to provide that thing you want to do. The imagination of the journey exists, but you physically driving there doesn't exist in that universe. It's a distant land you cannot access. It's forbidden. You will never access it, and you do not have any access to it. You never will, because that is the limit of that console. So I said, okay then, so what you're saying is, if the consoles get better, the worlds get bigger. And he was like, yes. I was like, right. So I've clocked on that it's a case of innovation. Because I was so used to monorail games, I'd never actually had a world to travel in until I discovered like Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time. These type of games really opened my eyes to 3D worlds and what we were, with the route we were going. Because I was like, wow, this looks really good. Like, this is next level. I was blown away by Mario 64 when it came out. I remember playing that for the first time. That was absolutely, that was better. That was probably on the same and I'm not going to lie, it was the same level as Grand Theft Auto 6 is now. So if Mario released a game now, people are just like, yay, a Mario game. Right? But back then, if Nintendo released a Mario game, it was a big deal. Like, a very big deal. Like, the way we look at Grand Theft Auto 6 now, big deal. That kept me going. Ocarina of Time kept me going for a bit longer. Even as big as these worlds were, as large as they gave us the dungeons, it still wasn't enough. I still wanted more. I wanted a bigger world, or a more detailed one at that I can do more with it, with more trees, more life. You know, I started getting more creative with my games then. It was no longer about what type of games I was playing in. It now become a fascination with a world to play in. And that's what games did to me. Or what I allowed games to do to me. Is to obsess over the size of the world, the detail of it, and what you can do inside of it. And I was conditioned with that function from the get-go, from games. They conditioned me to do it. And it's a good conditioning. It's not like it's a negative thing, it's positive. Because it allowed me to really appreciate games like DayZ, Grand Theft Auto 5, Red Dead Redemption 2. All of these games tick boxes for the things I dreamed of back then, and it's right here now. That's why I'm streaming it. This is the stuff I dreamed of. It's right at our fingertips. right? Tomb Raider 3 was my favourite Tomb Raider game. And it still is to this day. Tomb Raider 3. It's the only game that I ever was able to go to Area 51. Tomb Raider 3 is the only game that you can go to Area 51. And you travel in that base, you're in the air base, and you see a stealth fighter. Loved it. I loved Tomb Raider 3. Alright, Caden. Oh yeah, 1-1. Wow. Well, they held the line, the clan held the line, they got a goal. Good side, Switzerland. England would have got beat 4-0. I haven't read the letter yet, Crisps. No, but I do have a carcass. Let's go to the Breaking Bad barrel. Oh, he's got it round there, the other side this time.
Supplies are starting to run low, just so you know. Excellent. Thank you.
Let's wait till morning until the deer come out to graze. Alright, I'll read your comments, guys. So match ended 1-1. So Scotland 1, Switzerland 1. Late result there from the Euro Cup. Next results tomorrow. On the Ghost Airwaves. Tune in. At 666 FM. That's right. That's the frequency. I'm sure you'll join. Kidding. Okay, let's see. Oh, Johnny, we need to be hungry now. Right. Yeah, sure hungry. I'll get a good old whipping. Okay, result. Beat Hungary gives 4 points, which probably gets you through on third, potentially second, depending on if Switzerland get a hammering from Germany. Oh, no doubt. No doubt they'll get a good old throttling. A jolly good throttle. Because of goal difference, I'd be shocked if 4 points doesn't get you through on third. But that's assuming we beat Hungary and with Scotland, so probably Scotland. Oh, is that your prediction? Well, let's see what happens. I'll give my prediction day before, or the day it kicks off. I wasn't far off with my last prediction. I said it'd be 1-0. England would probably get beat 1-0. It turns out we won 1-0. So I wasn't far off, just the wrong team. But I knew it'd be a 1-0 game, because England is basically another version of Arsenal but like better than Arsenal, but it takes a page out of Arsenal's book by doing the 1-0 Arsenal technique, but 1-0 England, I call it. So like, England's basically, it might not consist of Arsenal players, but it definitely takes a large portion of Arsenal's and Tottenham's mindsets, right? Anyone can disagree with me with that if you wish to, but I'm going to say it's literally, they take a page out of those two teams, and you know what? It's probably best if they probably changed it a little bit and looked more, you know that a bit more looser, like when we started being more aggressive as a side, like England, like when we started being more aggressive, we started winning more games. Like, that's true. That you can look at that, and you can look when England were an aggressive. And when I say aggressive, I don't mean like nasty and mean and punching holes through doors. I'm talking more of like an aggressive style of football that keeps the opposition on their toes. And when England and Scotland do stuff like that, because that's why Scotland won those cups back in the 70s, because they were an aggressive side. And if you're not aggressive in football, you're not going to win games. If you're sweet and lovely and nice and kind, you're not going to win a sausage. You're just either going to lose games, lose players. You got to be mean. You got to be mean in a lovely way.
It was me, Limpy Pete, and Phil the Crab. Managed to get ourselves locked in the safe after a weekend of nature calling. The stench in there knocked
Oh
the
yeah.
on his back when he opened the door, and we managed to escape. Neither Pete nor Phil was really cut out for running, though. They got picked up at the end of town and
It's
hanged the next day.
it's football, isn't it?
Harsh, man.
It's the way it is. The way it always will be. But I said to you, it wouldn't be that bad though. They're a good team there, Switzerland, aren't they, as well? Good team. Oh yeah, I need to look at him, right? He's a good player. There's always one good player in every team, Caden, in the international cup games. There's always one star player in every team. The only difference is they have a different attitude towards international games, these players. They have a different mindset. Welcome. Oh, I like it when my neck cracks without me even trying to. because I was lighting my cigarette. I had to tilt my neck a little to do it, and as I did it, it just went like, you know, when you crack your neck when you do it. Oh, it was nice. It was like natural, you know. It's like I didn't mean to do it. My body naturally did it for me. Well, thank you. Wow, no dear. Oh yeah, from the 1930s with the hairstyle and stuff. Yeah, good. See, that's what football's about, man. You know? It's like, it's entertainment. I said this to you, it's entertainment. Biggest price tag in the entertainment department. Looks like all my my viewers left me, but at least they said hello though. That was very kind though. I did enjoy that police game though. Really enjoyed that police game. I was getting a bit quicker at the thing. You know, I was getting quicker at the thing, like what I was doing. I was like, hey, I was racking up like 600 points. Unlock the cop cruiser and everything. So yeah, I like this. So it's in a good place. Might swap servers, you know. If you go back to the 1830s and watch football, let's just say it was wild. Gaelic football, but I love Gaelic football, mate. I used to get up really early when I was like a child watch that with my dad because it was on at like a bizarre time at like 7:45 on a Saturday morning. Or I think it was a Sunday morning, right? I still like lying in on a Sunday, me. But when the Gaelic football was on, my dad would tell me the day before, like, son, the Gaelic football's on tomorrow, but you've got to get up at like 7:30, because it's on at 7:45. I was like, you're joking. He's like, no. It's a good game as well, he said. He said it's actually a good game. It's the highlights. He said it's 30, I think it was like 25 minutes. Sometimes there was live games I'd watch with my dad, and I loved that game. Why so early? I don't know. I don't know why it was on so early. After that, my dad would watch Italian football with my older brother. So, my older brother would watch the Italian football after I'd watched the Gaelic football. So what I'd do is I'd just sit on the couch with some toys, Visionaries or Captain Planet type stuff. And my dad would watch the Italian football with my older brother. It's really nice. Even I liked watching it because it was all the Italian clubs scoring spectacular goals at the time I'd never seen before. And then Match of the Day, I think was on a Sunday. I think it still is. Sure, Match of the Day is a Sunday. That's a 3-star. Yeah, but there was this one time in Gaelic football where this player drop kicked the football, right? Drop kicked it at the top corner near the net, and the goalkeeper saved it. Never seen anything like it before in my life. Let me sit forward for this. Oh no. Lift up your head. We need this. Oh, we got it! Yes! Yes! It saves me a lot of trouble. Right in the head. 3-star. Nice. It was the first kind of Italia football. The first kind. It was actually on after the... because English football was on a Saturday. So, apart from Match of the Day, English football was basically Saturdays, and Sundays was international clubs. So on a Sunday, the Italian football show, now it had interchangeable names, right? So it's very likely that the name had changed, several times. Probably went through multiple different names of the TV show over the years, because you got to think about it, how long ago this was, right? And I remember after that, my dad would take me, my siblings, to grandma and granddad's, and then my granddad would just be watching horse racing, right? He had the biggest belly I'd ever seen. He had like this massive belly. And this one lucky buck. I do recall that name though, Caden. I do recall the name that you have typed, and it does recollect. That is a long time ago, that, man. Long time ago. Before the days of catch up and all that. And what was really good on a Saturday, after the Division 1, Division 2 and 3 and all that football, you had the Vauxhall Conference, and all the lower clubs was like till about 2:30. Right? Up until about 2:30, until like all the other stuff come on, like horse racing and all that stuff. We used to go out and play sports by then, or whatever. Those games with the lower clubs, really fun to watch. Really fun. I had loads of fun watching those lower clubs on the Vauxhall Conference.
Hey, don't forget that letter I sent. I have something I think you'd be interested in. Supplies are running down fast.
Ah. What I need is support, really. Someone else to help get materials, but you know what? You want something done right, sometimes you just gotta do it yourself. You know, you just gotta do stuff yourself. And that's just it sometimes. this up. Get a lot more hungrier these days. Like, not long after I've eaten as well. Slim guy as well. Never always been like that though, with always being hungry. Like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe the being just wants more grub. Can't believe I didn't buy any chocolate. My hair is really long now. Tighten this ponytail. That's a bar like shampoo that's for like curls in there. Oh, jeez. Even this woman in the supermarket there, she's like, what's it like, that shampoo? Like, I was like, oh, I've only just bought it. Like, I was on phone with, like, with my friend at the time. This woman's there, like, I was like, oh yeah, I've got longer. I was like, yeah, it's why I'm using it. I was like, otherwise I'd get like the other shampoo. It's like, but I have to actually use shampoo for longer. Like, you gotta use woman's. But the thing is, you don't use as much. The key is you don't like soap it like right frothy froth. You just want to get it so it's just like in your hair, but it's just like it's like transparent. It's like it's been absorbed by your hair. It's like it's not foaming. It's like and then you kind of like leave it for about like 5 minutes, and then rinse it. Gotta look after your hair. I'm gonna condition mine on might do it tomorrow actually. Get some conditioner on it. Get it nice and lush. Wow, you probably got to upgrade your hunting trip. Wow, I have 7 on the game, jeez. Oh dear. It moved its head just as I shot at it. I can't even get a 1 star. My goodness. It's terrible. It's terrible gameplay. Maybe I need a coffee. Maybe that's what I need. You're gonna spawn out and spawn back in. Take a step back for a moment there. In fact, it's probably better to spawn back in because he can then keep making those supplies. Nice to make a video though, right? Hey Matthew. How you doing, Mr. Suzuki? It's like, I always envision myself of having like a talking motorcycle like Knight Rider. I think they did call it Night Bike. They did do it. I'm doing fine, you? Yeah? Yeah?
So I still want to set up a meeting with an old
I was,
It's all in that note I sent you.
I was in work today. Uh, Finished at R4 today. Started early. Really early. Finished at R4. Equivalent to like a 9.6. But I finished at R4 instead. Travelled home. Got a banana milkshake, Matthew. From McDonald's. £2.50. Should have got a large one. But I didn't want to get that stomach cramp you get with too much milkshake. It was quite a hot day, so I wanted to cool off with a nice banana milkshake from McDonald's. Got home, got settled, did a stream. And now I'm speaking with a lovely person named Matthew, Mr. Suzuki. The Bandit. See, Ghost remembers, right? But I hope you're doing well though. I'm gonna make a coffee shortly. I'm gonna make a consumable. My eyes are so dry. Yeah, I might do. Put some eye drops in. See if this works. Hopefully I'll feel the prickle. Means it's hydrating. Feels nice actually. They're very dry. That is a bit of a prickle. A tiny bit. Hey Platinum. Al's online. Cool, yeah. I found a 3-star deer before. I've just spawned out because I'm just taking a break. I've put some eye drops in. My eyes were really dry, Platinum. So I've popped some eye drops in. Hopefully that'll hydrate my eyes for the next couple of hours, at least till morning. Oh yeah, Matthew, ranked 205. Wow, what a legend. It's nice when you see players doing it the real way, the natural way, without any exploits, using the promotions and the game's engine to get to that level without messing around. I remember I on Grand Theft Auto 5 on the 360 days, there was these missions online where it was like a funhouse. Like, people would create their own levels, right? It was bizarre. I don't know how it was possible, right? But it happened. Like, I'm not messing. You go inside this handmade, like, maze, and it didn't matter which direction you took, you went through this bizarre funhouse thing, and at the end of it, you got, like, I don't know, 300 experience or something, or whatever. But then, because the levels were so small, and you only needed one person to be in it for it to work, you could basically lock yourself in that mission, so you'd always restart doing it. Start in the same place, run 10 meters ahead of you, collect that 300 experience, you've completed the level. It would only take 3 seconds to load in again. Literally, it was that quick. I'm not messing. You'd load back in 4 or 5 seconds, get another 300, load back in, get another 300, and you I think I did that for about 10 levels, and it just got, like, annoying. It actually became mundane. It was an exploit where you could level up, but it was just weird. It's not like I did it naturally. So I do admit there's 10 levels in Grand Theft Auto 5 on my profile on the Xbox that was done through doing that. And it was from like level, like, it was something random, like level 54 to level 66 or something. It was bizarre. Like, I think I'm a level 105 with doing Pacific Standard. And believe me, I did some awesome things on that Pacific Standard. You could do some different stuff on that not many people knew about. Hey Johnny. Hey again, hey. I'm glad you're back, Johnny. As long as you're okay. Just explaining my 360 days. Right? And there was this, right, guys, please correct me if I'm wrong or you've never heard of it before, right? On Grand Theft Auto 5, right, it had been out for about a year, maybe 2 years, right? I'd say about a year. And there was an update to Halloween. It was called a meat locker. That was what the level was called, right? And there was another one called Cat and Mouse. And you went in this meat locker and there was this, like a psychopath chasing you with a knife. and you all had to basically kill this like stalker in like this giant warehouse. It only lasted for about 2-3 weeks over Halloween, and it never came back. And if anyone ever remembers that, you gotta let me know. Like, it was like, he looked like the Undertaker, the stalker. You could actually pick the stalker you wanted. That's how good Grand Theft Auto 5 Online was back in the day. And that was on the Xbox One though. That's when the Xbox One came out. Okay? It was exclusive to Xbox One, not 360. And this was way back in what, 2015? Maybe 2014? I'd say 2014. But yeah, good times. Good events. I think they were called events on GTA 5 Online. I'm sure Rockstar can correct me, like, because I remember playing that version of their game online. It was really good. You could have up to 4, I think it was up to 6 players in the warehouse with you trying to take out this psychopath. And Cat and Mouse was different. That was one-on-one. So they had like the group one, which was Meat Locker, and they had like Cat and Mouse. And I think you got like more powerful weapons on your own to take them out, and you got more points for it.
4 walls and a roof, but I've never been happier.
They should bring that back. Looking forward to that GTA 6 though, guys. That's gonna be good. And that police game we were playing the other day, that was awesome. All those people who tested positive for narcotics, that was unreal. Everyone's just tripping. Everyone's tripping in that village. Or town, or whatever. Oh, but I'm really thirsty though, guys. Really thirsty. Wow. Is that because I had that steak sandwich? Will a steak sandwich make you thirsty? It would, wouldn't it? Right? Like bread and onions? Right? It would, right? Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It's a nice fire though. Alright, what's this? Alright. Right. It's a nice view. He's got a lot of work to do in by that Breaking Bad barrel. I'm glad he's skinning something. At least he's doing something for a change. So, has anyone got any plans for what they're doing tomorrow? If they're open to... Me, I've got a day off. So, I'm going to be playing Fallout 4 on my Xbox at from about 11 till probably 3. Travel around Boston, see what's going on.
Some beautiful country around
Got a nice immersion mod going on at the moment. Haven't done the update yet, so my mods still work. Haven't updated Fallout 4 or Skyrim since the updates, because it breaks all your mods. And I've got a good setup, and I'm not letting any major update ruin what I've done. So I could either play either Skyrim or Fallout. I'm going to go to the cafe, get myself a breakfast. I'm going to get an extra large, hearty breakfast. I'm going to ask for like 3 fried eggs, 4 sausages, 2 rations of bacon, probably 2 or 3 black puddings, beans, 2 rounds of toast, and a mango smoothie, maybe mango and banana. And then after that, get some fresh spring water, refrigerated, nice and cool. You know, just to soak up all the salt and the oil and the mango, the banana, like all the pulp. You know, like the water will sort that out. Do that tomorrow. Then do a stream maybe. It is tasty, Matthew. Thank you. It is. It is tasty. It's a beautiful little local cafe. It's beautiful. They got new staff in there and everything. They're very helpful and very polite and pour you cups of coffee and stuff. It's really nice. I like sitting there exhausted from work, Matthew, and some lovely person comes up to me and is like, would you like a refill? Because they know I'm exhausted from work. They know I'm tired. And like pouring your coffees and coming over, like making sure your table's clean and you're okay. And so what, here's a biscuit. Do you need a newspaper? You know, it's nice to sit there and like read the newspaper. You know, leave your smartphone at home. Just go out without it. Go into a cafe and have some breakfast and not worry about anyone contacting you and just read the newspaper, you know? Just like escape. And just like look around and not think about anything. It's nice. And when you've got a full stomach, like round about 10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning, Matthew, there's something really nice about that. I don't know whether, and I know we don't have time to have cooked breakfasts in the morning, we're too busy getting ready, but it's nice if by 11 AM you've already had a full cooked breakfast. Like, you're raring to go. Like, psh. I like Scottish breakfasts, they're really nice. But yeah, I think I'll do that. The breakfast is that big, it's on a rectangle plate, Matthew. It's on a rectangle. It's not even circular. It's too much food to be on a circular plate. It has to be a rectangle. I ate the lot last time. I think the only thing I left was the egg whites. For some reason. But yes, Saturday morning breakfast, guys. Gotta be done. It's gotta be done. We deserve it. We've been working hard all week. Nice to have a cooked breakfast. As long as you guys are okay. This cigarette machine, I need a new one. They're about 10 quid now. I'm not paying £10 for it. It's getting really crooked now. It's like it's getting more tougher to put the tobacco in the thing, the tube.
Did I ever tell you about that bank job in Tennessee? It was me, Limpy Pete, and Phil the Crab. Managed to get ourselves locked in the safe after a weekend of nature calling. The stench in there knocked the clerk on his back when he opened the door.
You want to know what happened to you on RDR2 online today? What happened to you?
Hanged the next day, which seemed
What happened? That clock? Yeah, I'm happy. I appreciate you typing that off. A guy and his friends attacked you, and they soon found out that they were beat. Oh, that's class. That's probably the classiest thing I've ever heard about someone just like completely overrunning someone in Red Dead. I do remember ages ago, I got jumped by these 3 dudes, right, when I went under this bridge. I was online, and I get jumped. And this guy starts fighting me, and I'm gonna fight, but I was like, doo, right, cleans him out, right, his friend comes, right, I cleans him out, right, and then his other mate comes, right, and then literally, I was 1 hit away from cleaning him out, and the other guy who I killed first, or cleaned out, ended up coming back with a gun and shot me from behind, and I took on 3 dudes with my fists in that game. That's my biggest achievement in Red Dead Redemption 2 when I was on my own. It was a really good time. You didn't 200 times? Wow. That is a lot. What, you griefed them? Did you troll them? Like, just completely hunted them down? Or like you went on like a rampage? Like a Trevor... A Trevathon. Isn't that what it's called? Like a Trevathon. Not a triathlon. A Trevathon. I suppose he's the closest thing to Deadeye in the Grand Theft Auto universe. He is a gunslinger. Trevor. They're all gunslingers, aren't they? Michael, Franklin, Trevor. Trevor's a pilot. What's Michael good with? What's his power? What's his special power in Grand Theft Auto? What can Michael do? Was he good with guns or something? Has he got like a like a better aim or something? Or is he similar to Deadeye? Is he similar to Trevor? You know, because they've all got a special skill. So they're not thieves. They are gunslingers. Cowboys. That's what they are, the cowboys. And Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption operates with the same gameplay experience with a different setting and time. Amazing game. Amazing. Wow. Well, we know not to upset you, Matthew. Well, you know that I'd never do anything to you in the game, so... Won't be too long though. I know you guys like me to play a lot, but I need my breaks. And you use dynamite arrows? What, are they a thing? Well, you just like gaffer tape some dynamite to an arrow and just like... Wouldn't the weight of the dynamite on the arrow cause like a, you know, aerodynamic, like... I mean, different if the arrow hits something that can trigger the TNT. But actually attaching the TNT to the actual arrow, I mean, that is bizarre. I mean, wouldn't the travel of the arrow be like weird? Wouldn't it like it would drop too early, so you'd have to aim a lot higher, and it would be like, it would just be odd. Unless they use some kind of weightless aerodynamic dynamite. Then if Rockstar Dynamite is aerodynamically dynamic, then fair enough, then yeah, okay. Cool. Right? I mean, fire arrows, heated arrows, which is probably more deadlier than fire arrows. Heated arrows would just be, imagine getting hit with a heated arrow. Like melting you from the inside like that. Imagine someone going through that extraordinary fatal blow with an arrow into the shoulder or into the stomach, like just like a roasting hot arrowhead. Oh man. Oh, that'd be awful. Oh, war is cruel. War is cruel. In Red Dead Redemption 2 Online, I just make dynamite arrows to 5 players. Well, kaboom, Matthew. Kaboom. That's what it's called. It's called a kaboom. That's what you're doing to him. It's quicker, more powerful, more efficient than guns, arrows. It just,
Feels like
you
everyone
know,
has got a shovel to play.
makes killing other players a lot more easier, I suppose. A lot more quicker, a lot more simpler. Won't be too long here though, guys. Thank you for being patient with me. You know I make it up for you with entertainment and wit. Ghost ain't getting any younger. Even though I am youngish. Excuse me. Everyone was yawning today at work. Everybody. Everyone's got the yawns. Having the yawns is just, oh. You can't shift them. You know, you can't shift the yawns. Hey Rhino. Yo guys, also have 33 degrees Celsius. 33 degrees? 24? 24 degrees here, Rhino, at the Red Dead Redemption Ranch. Well, at the Ghost Ranch, anyway. I hope you're doing well though, Rhino. Why you being a stranger, Rhino? It's been a long time. Why you being a stranger? Hey Matthew, you used dynamite arrows and a Lancaster repeater and 2 Schofield revolvers. You sound like Micah Bell. You sound just like Micah Bell. I think you're Mike. We ain't got no room for no Micahs. Isn't that what Micah's setup is? Doesn't he use the exact same formula, only instead of it being dynamite, he'd probably strap a turd to it. You know, a big, lumpy, squishy mica turd. Like a curly whip. Just like himself. I think so, man. I think he'd sellotape his own turd to it. Rhino, well, I'm not really. I am just not always Rhino when I am here. Oh, jeez, I've got multiple viewers who love the channel on multiple channels because they like a different swing. Well, if you like your little swing, Rhino, God bless you, Rhino. The last time I saw Rhino in a TV show or a film, Rhino, was when Jim Carrey came out of the butthole of a rhino in Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls. He is very, very, like, he's momentum, like he's being birthed out of a rhino's butt. And he comes out of, like, the backside of it. That is the last time I'd seen a rhino in, like, a film, but it's like a mechanical rhino. He's like changing gears in the rhino. He's like, it's like he's operating some kind of steam machine. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just a rhino. It's like an old 1980s like ironwork like thing. I don't know if that makes any sense. Matthew, I'm not Micah. Yeah, well, you sound like Micah. Rhino, beautiful. Nature is amazing. It is. The fact that I saw Jim Carrey come out of that rhino's butthole. It was very. Let's just say I was in touch with nature. I really was. And you know what? I'm gonna have to get a drink because my mouth has got cotton wool feeling. It's so dry. So please give me a moment while I get a drink. I won't be long, thank you. thank you so much for waiting. See, and my Schofield revolvers. Oh, they're Umbra. Well, it's still the same setup as Micah Bell. You've just taken a few pages out of his book. But that's okay. Matthew, he's a gunslinger. He's a professional gunslinger. He does possess the ability for Deadeye. He has a partial experience of it. He isn't as quick as John or Arthur or Dutch. He's not as quick. But he definitely possesses a Deadeye primitive basic form of it. So he's still a gunslinger. He was getting there. He was just too snaky. He was too snaky. He wanted things too quick, too soon, too much, too big. You know? Becomes their downfall. Rhino, it's so humid. Is that the word for uncomfortably warm here? It will be difficult to sleep. Or is it quite hot where you are? Well, I'll tell you what. Let us plan a journey to a cooler side of the map. Won't take too long. But it's a journey, you know, it's a journey. You know, where's the horse? And as well, this guy can get to work. Hopefully we'll find a 3-star deer in the snow. But let's go to a cooler environment for our Rhino here. He's feeling very humid right now. Feeling very sticky, irritated because of the air pressure. He needs some kind of mental stimuli. The gland in the brain needs some kind of replenishment, some kind of escape. I'm going to go into Spielberg mode and let me drink this coffee. Oh my god. That is so good. Oh. Oh. That tastes so nice. Oh. Wow. Remember, always remove your spikes on your shoes. The curly, prickly things. You want to remove them from your shoes because your horse goes faster without them. Your horse goes slower if you use them.
What I give for a horse? What in the hellfire?
That guy sounded pretty cheesed off. All we're doing is riding a horse. Thanks for liking the video though, guys. If you haven't though, try to remember to press that thumb thing if you can. Share if possible as well if you want to. I don't know if you can, but if it's possible for you, that helps as well. Because people come join then and come speak to you, come and talk to you, like other lovely people. Do you remember when I said that you have a posse in RDR2 online? With you and your best friend? Yes, you did tell me. You wanted me to join. You wanted me to join. And there's nothing wrong with that. Even I'd ask me as well to join. You need good people in teams. I'd rather have a good person, a lovely, kind person who's lovely to get along with, than rather someone who's like, well, you know, like, you'd rather have that lovely person who's just okay at the game than rather having a douchebag who's really good. You know, there's like character, you know, it's important. And this person went wild the other day when I said hello on the channel, like, they were very happy, like another, you know, like a content creator with like 100 subscribers or something. Like helping him on the channel and stuff. They were very happy that I was there.
Evening, mister.
Oh yeah, well guess what? Me and my best friend's posse got... You got rewarded, that's nice there. That's pretty good there. Nice getting rewarded. Doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, it's nice. I suppose that's why it's called a reward. Requires great effort. Oh yeah, he got the prize for the baddest posse in Red Dead Redemption Online in the world. Like, all of you, you're all dead. You're all dead. Oh man, it's class. Like Biff Tannen. He's got dead eye as well. Biff Tannen. Do you know who Biff Tannen is? Hey? I bet you didn't expect me to say that, but if you know who Biff Tannen is, he too possesses dead eye. Mad Dog Biff Tannen. Mad Dog, no one calls me Mad Dog.
Another day on the move.
Nobody. It's the only time you ever see him serious. Biff Tannen. My horse needs some food. I feel terrible. Is this Valentine? I bet this is Valentine, no doubt. Alright, let's have a look. Yep, it's Valentine. I suppose we can get a care package for the horse. I think it deserves a treat. It really does. I know it is, Matthew. You're right. It is hungry. It's why we're going to the stables, my friend. He needs some oat cakes or something. Wow, which route is he going here? This AI character journey here, this Spielberg mode. Where's he going? What the? I don't think I've ever taken that journey in the whole time I've had this game. I don't think I've ever done that. Alright, let's hope that it doesn't crash. No, it didn't. I don't think it's got a care package. Oh, have you got a metal detector yet? No. If I can buy one, I will. For now, I want to see if my horse is okay, so I'm going to get the best treats. So, we're going to get some sugar. Seven sugar. Seven celery. Seven peppermint. It's 12 hay. 12 hay. 7 carrots. Or is it 9 carat gold? We got 9 carrots. There we go, 9 carat gold. Leave the beets and the apples, they're too expensive. So $900. There we go, $10 on the horse. That was the budget. So, well, it's about just under $10, which is about right for the horse. You want to budget $10 a week on your horse at least. That's excluding any medicines or any stimulants if you take them. Your horse doesn't need them. Alright, so we'll go into a cooler environment. Round over here is the change. There you go. And then you get the sugar. And a good brush. There you go. See? Good things come to those who are patient. There we are. Alright. Let's see if we got any food for ourselves. Alright, so we got some venison. Alright, we got one piece of venison. See that? That'll do.
Come on, ladies. This turbine will put a smile on your man's face. Guarantee.
You need to buy a shovel and a metal detector for $1,700. Oh, Willy Wonka golden ticket. Well, we've already got just under 1,000. So with one more job, we could get it. You can get another $100. Get up to $1,000. Night times take ages on this game. It's nighttime longer than daytime, right? Like, I don't know if you guys agree with me there, but it does feel like nighttime's a lot longer than daytime. I don't know why they do.
How you doing, friend?
Is it because of the game engine, or just how the game works, or is it just like me? I think it's the same. I think it's more psychological. Oh yeah, why'd you find like gold bars and bits of gold, Matthew, with it? But well done for your reward though, Matthew. Well done though, it's really good though that you got rewarded for being an elite bosser. It's nice to get kudos for time spent in the game. Oh yeah, collectibles. Nice. Can't go wrong with a bit of collectibles. The golden gun. Golden eye. One shot kill. one of the most renowned collectibles of all gaming history. GoldenEye's the golden gun. There was an actual multiplayer option. Obviously local multiplayer in-house. Where it was like the golden gun. And it was like one shot kill. And you could turn off auto aim. And it was so much fun. Oh man, playing that in Mario Kart. Those were the days. Real good times. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bo. Oh yeah, you find fossils and old coins and jewellery. You can sell to the Madame Nazar. You get a full set. Oh yeah, very unique. Treasure hunts. Yeah. Nice building up a little collection of treasures. I did it with Arthur Morgan, ended up going through as John Marsden there, like, and ended up taking away the silver tooth that I found off a nightkin, or whatever they're called. Is that nightkin? Jeez, the Nightwalkers. Like, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that if you kill one of the Nightwalkers in the swamps, they'll drop a silver tooth. And it's basically has no hardly any value than a golden tooth, and it doesn't even have as much value as a silver as a golden nugget. So it's basically just an item that's just rare, right? And it's used for something. No one knows what it is used for, but it is used for something. Someone will require a silver tooth in that game. Someone will need that silver tooth. It's just, you just don't know who it is. The encounter or the action of, because everything you have it is for something. And if they've made an asset that's only worth $1, that's 1 in 1,000 chance of spawning. Me personally, I think when you hold the silver tooth, I believe that you have something happens to your character. I think you get an ability that's shadowed and isn't known. But me personally, I think it had something to do with the save files. I think when Arthur passed away, it was just the one thing that wasn't in the knapsack. So if Arthur Morgan is the only one allowed to wield the silver tooth, and John Marsden can't take that silver tooth, it's because that cult and that object cannot exist in the epilogue. It is only usable in Arthur Morgan's playthrough, and there is a purpose for those items, and I want to know what it is. And I don't think if anyone opened up the files it would even tell you. I don't think it would. It will just tell you what it is and its value. I don't think it will have any purpose written to it. But it's unusual that John doesn't pick it up afterwards. Why is it only that Arthur can carry it? Why can't John? What's the big deal? It's a silver tooth, it's an object. It carried everything else over. Everything else that we had, the compass, the treasure bags, the nuggets, the gold ingots. They all got over. Why not the silver tooth? What's the big deal, man? What's going on? Why are you not giving me my silver tooth that I worked so hard to get? Why did you take that away from me, Rockstar? What's the big deal about it? Why is it important to Arthur? I don't know. Very unusual. Yes, Matthew, got to... Yeah? Anytime, yeah, I would love to hear about the metal detector. It is nice chatting to you. You take care, good night, and God bless, Matthew. -8 degrees Celsius. My goodness. Our hero can take it. What time is it anyway? 20 to 12. Wow. Wow. It's nice and cool, right? People said they're all like, it's very hot where you are. It is summer, so we're going somewhere nice and cool where it's chilly. You guys can cool down and Cool, right? Put on the screen because I think my phone's going to run out of power, so let me put on this screen for you guys. It's going to go blue. It's going to go blue. There you go. Four-hour streaming? Really? Isn't that a long time? Alright. I'm tired. I give it a limit though, guys. I think two of my lovely viewers have fell asleep. It's lovely of them to do that. Thank you so much for watching. I will be back again with another stream. Good night, my viewers, and God bless. And you take care, and I'll see you soon.